Let's finish this thing. Finally. It's been a week and a half, 2 weeks almost, since we worked on this guy, and I did a little bit of just messing around with things that I'm wanting to do with him. We need at least one more animation, because right now he doesn't have a knockback animation, and it's kind of a little goofy, because when I hit him, like this is what that looks like. So I kind of feel like maybe we should give him a slightly more proper knockback animation so that he, feels like he'd be knocked back. Also, I've been working on this fight against this guy over here in the background as well. Let me just turn you off. I guess I can just set your state tree component to starting not automatically, actually. And then we'll get to it. So now you should no longer be trying to mirror me, which is nice. Same for this guy back here, actually. Now that we're at it anyway, you already don't start automatically. Do I start you explicitly? I do. Why? That seems unnecessary. Yeah, that's not how you do that. Because he tends to do an attack that's really annoying, no matter the distance that he is from you. So if I'm like testing something here, suddenly I get like a drill up my ass from that fight, which is obviously not ideal. So what do we have here? What we have here is a empty state tree still, I believe. Yes, we do. We also, by the way, have Unreal 5.6. Last night, was it 2 days ago? I think it was last night. 2 days ago I was trying. So last night, yeah. I was working a little bit on a bunch of different things. One of which was some state tree stuff specifically to do with like this dude over here, right? And state trees just kept crashing and kept crashing and kept crashing, and they tend to do that a little bit. And usually when I just remove like the derived cache folder and like the intermediate and binaries, that fixes it. But last night I just had a thing where every time I tried to do something and then it would cause a crash, something in those files would get corrupted again. So every time I crashed whilst trying to debug an issue, which ended up being a pretty easy issue to like fix in the end, but every time that happened I had to delete those folders and rebuild the entire project, which is a pain in the ass. So at some point I was kind of like done with it, and I figured, you know what, maybe they fixed this issue in Unreal 5.6 because they've been really making progress with state trees. So even if Unreal 5.6 ends up like breaking stuff and I have to spend like an hour or two fixing all that stuff, gonna be super worth it for not having all my state trees be like unstable. And so far the state trees have seemed more stable, as well as the fact that I now have the new state tree related features. I have some more animation features as well. So altogether, it's a pretty good time having upgraded. I didn't think I was going to upgrade for this altogether pretty minor update, but also presumably the performance is better if what Epic says applies to my game as well. So that's always better, right? Just like free FPS. Anyway, this guy, right? So let's make a state tree for him. What I want him to do is actually, hold on a moment here, because I want to do one other thing as well. I'm gonna make a quick extra project here. And the reason for that is I want to see how Epic deals with state tree like AI on these. So I'm gonna make a combats template, because I know that they use state trees in those now as well. And they're pretty simple, but I think I can take some inspiration from those. Because a lot of my AI needs a little bit more intelligence to be actual like AI. Right now it's mostly A without the I. It's not very intelligent yet. And I believe that these AIs also have like a concept of flanking and then going in for an attack. And that's more or less what I want these guys to do as well. Like a lot of the dudes that I have is when they see you, they just like go at you and start attacking. What I want this guy to do is when they're aggressive towards you, I kind of want them to like stay in a circle around you. So even if they're aggressive toward you, they'll still kind of be running away from you until they, on a timer, decide it is time to attack. And then they'll go in, attack real quick, and go back to their like circling motion. And that's not quite what these guys over here in this project do, but it might be a good like starting point to look at. So what we have is in the variant combats, we have Blueprints AI, enemy combat, right? So we have their state tree over here. When they're dead, they're dead, makes sense. Select behavior at random, attacking close in for melee. So this moves to the player character and then sets the speed for that character. And I guess when it reaches the player character, it then moves on to the next state, which is melee. At which point it does a melee attack, so it faces toward the actor. Then it either, probably at random, right? Yeah. Does a combo attack or a charge attack. That is fine with me. And then it finds a fallback point. So what does that look like? It moves back to the fallback point. But what does like finding a fallback point look like? I presume that it just like it generates a donut around the courier. That makes sense because at that point they're effectively like at the same point. For me, I already have a context in my project that generates a circle. Maybe a donut would be better. We'll have to see in a moment. Around the player instead. So it just gets player character and then that gets given in as context. So a path exists from courier. So this should only filter really, right? Because if this path doesn't exist, the scoring doesn't matter. Anyway. Then we dots, courier rotation, and from courier to item. I don't quite like understand what this does, but I guess it does a dot product. And I guess these rotations that it takes in it just converts to vectors, maybe. And then it scales it on a value of -1 to +1. So that means where does that mean it takes it? That means it always takes it in its own like forward direction or its own back direction. I always get mixed up with dot products. And then it also scores them based on the distance to the courier, right? So let's just actually see how they behave. Combat level. Because what I might end up doing is I might end up just like kind of yoinking that environment query thing, to be honest with you. So yeah, let's see how they do. So they attack, then they do a charge attack in this case, and then they run back off in their own like back direction, right? Yeah, so that's what they do. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. So what you get is you have like your character generating a ring of points around itself. And then it scores those both on the distance to each point, right? But also favoring points that are directly behind it. So that's what this backing up thing does. But what I really am curious about is how their flanking works. So that also... okay, so... it is a little different from what I wanted to do, obviously, because what I wanted to do is I effectively wanted to just do a continuous motion in a circle around the player. So what I would want it to do is I would probably want it to... like we have the player, right? And we can generate points around the player. Like this much is easy, and this is not standard at all, but just imagine that it is for a moment. This is easy. And the wonderful thing about this is if there is a wall here, it will just generate these points here instead. So it'll be kind of like intelligent about following that, like almost like that curve, right? It's not dissimilar from the way that my Reaper boss actually works, which that one does use a spline. I don't want to use a spline for this one. So what I wanted to do is when it's here, I wanted to move to there. But before we get here, it needs to get told to move to this, right? Because what I don't want it to do is move here, stop, for even like just a couple of frames, and then move there, and then stop, and then move there, and then stop. I want it to be a continuous motion. Which seems doable enough, because what we can just do is we can just give it a new location to move to. Whenever it gets close-ish to one of these points. But I just need to make an environment query that makes it pick the next point every single time. And I don't really know how I'm going to do that. So I titled this stream and this like thumbnail, finishing off this AI. We might not finish off the AI today because this is the main thing that I'm kind of like worried about. To the point where I'm actually like, I'm gonna, that's Steam works. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if it has IDs. Just to see if it comes up with anything like clever for me. It consistently crashes when I try to open my custom GPTs with ChatGPT. It's kind of annoying. In Unreal, I have a AI character that I am running with a state tree, and I need it to circle around the player constantly while in a certain state. I figure using EQS is a good way to do that, making it move from point to point around the player. But I am a little unsure on the details, or of course if there is just a better way aside from using EQS. Use point, circle, or donut to generate around the player. So okay, let's go back to my project and see the difference between circle and donut. Because I assume circle has more differences to it than just the fact that it's not 3D, right? Surely. I think circle's the way that we're gonna go. To be honest, but we'll have to see. Where do I put these? I guess I need to organize some of this at some point. But let's make an EQS environment query. Circle around player. Put that into the world. And then if we open this up and we generate a donut, what does that do? Donuts. That generates... Oh! Huh. That's not what I wanted to do necessarily, but that still is quite interesting. Points per ring, let's set that to like 16. Let's set that to 32 just for testing purposes. Yeah, so unlike circle, this doesn't this seems a little less intelligent actually, because if I instead just do points around the circle, what it does, as you can see, but it might actually be better this way, because otherwise, like, when there is something in between the player and the enemy, it's gonna like go through like this, and then this, and then this, right? So if I just make it do a donut instead, and I say I only want you to do one ring, and that ring needs to have like 32 points. We effectively have a circle that doesn't like, well, bigger radius obviously. Let's say it's a 1500 point radius and like 2500. I don't even use that one. This might be a bit too much. But this way, I just have to check whether or not it is like a viable path, I guess. And otherwise, just like not have it, and then I'll just move on to the next one. I think this ends up being better. Let's maybe make that 1000. It's a bit better. Score filtering with a dot product test. Preferential scoring in the current strafing direction. So I guess we can do that, but I would actually... yeah, no, we can do that. We could do that, right? Because what we could do is we could get the vector between the enemy and the player, which is just a direction, right? There's a line. And then we could make that a dot product to always prefer to like go to either left or the right. So that way it always will like circle around to the nearest one. The issue with that, again, is that it's always going to then pick the thing that it's closest to. So it also needs to have a certain filter for anything that is too close to be ignored. Okay, test, first and foremost. Pathfinding exists from courier. That makes sense, yes. Discard unreachable. I guess this is only a filter. Then we do a dot product between. This is the $1 million question, right? Could also this guy actually has a like tutorial on exactly like circle movement, so I can just kind of like steal what he's doing. Hold on. Don't care about your behavior tree shit, I just want to see what you do with EQS. Oh, ChatGPT is just lying to me. He doesn't use EQS. It doesn't seem like he's using EQS, man. Yeah, which means that he's using like a tick-based approach. Which might in the end actually be better. Because the issue, again, the issue with EQS would be that we give it a point to move to. And then it moves to that point. And before it gets to that point, we need to give it a new point. Otherwise, it's going to have this like start and stop motion to it. Which I don't think is ideal. But I would like it to, be like nav mesh based, if at all possible, because that way it'll be like intelligently able to deal with walls. Otherwise, it's going to be clipping through walls and that kind of stuff, because we're going to just force it into a circle. Yeah, we should use EQS. Let's stick with EQS. And please go into some more detail about the dot products scoring for me. So in this case, what ChatGPT says is we take like the vector between, let's just like put this guy in here as like an example. What ChatGPT says is we take the vector between this guy and this location, as well as its. Holy shit! Can you just like, no? And it's a right vector because it assumes that the character is going to be looking at the player. I, of course, will want to have it looking in the direction of its movement. So I guess instead of using its right vector, I can just use its forward vector, and that should be good enough. So then what we do is we get the 2 points between the player target context is what I called that, and then the courier, and then the B would be the rotation, I guess. No. So I suppose if I just made a context for get courier like forward vector, that would work, right? EQS context, I don't know what that class is called, and via context blueprint base, there we go. So EQS Let's see. Courier forward vector. This should be as easy as provide location. It's a little weird because we're going to be providing in a vector, but it's not going to be an actual location. It's going to be just a direction. So get actor forward vector. That should work, all things being equal. Courier forward vector, right? Now the issue becomes this is a little difficult to debug because it requires our context to like exist and for our context to exist because we're using target context. Like we can't do that in this preview window, as you can see. Right now everything is just 0. But actually, we're doing something now. We're doing something wrong because we're not trying to get a dot product between. We're not trying to get a vector between the two characters. We're trying to get a vector between the. In this case, it would be the target eventually, but what we want to do is get the dot product between the courier and the points, like that vector. But how do I get that, for fuck's sake? Holy shit. That makes no sense. Why wouldn't I be able to do that? I guess that's courier item, actually. Yeah, so this eventually just turns into the player instead. So we score that. Yeah, so that's set direction, context to item. That's going to be target to item, but sure. Then set the right vector. We're going to make that a forward vector. Okay. The only thing that I'm worried about is what happens. I guess we should discard anything that's too close to us as well. So we should, well, first and foremost, we need to like score this. I guess this is just a -1 to +1, so that's actually fine. We need to distance filter, pretty please, and we'll filter a maximum of like 1,000, but it needs to be like at least 150 units away. So that way, when we're like super close to one of the points, it will not be considered. Is the idea. And then we'll just make a task that kind of like combines ticking with EQS. I don't know if that's a good idea. But when the character gets within like 100 units then of their goal, we just make it rerun the query. Because then we know that we're definitely like not checking for the like closest point, and we're going to be checking for the next closest point. I think this is going to work, which probably means that it won't work, but gotta do something, man. Fucking let's give it a shot, right? So the context is going to be our target context. Then distance to courier, that makes sense. This is going to be from the target context to the item. And then that will be the courier forward factor. Okay, I think all of that makes sense. Goes profile, how much like CPU this is eating up. We're not going to have like 100 of these anyway. Like we're going to probably have like one of these at a time. Or two. At most. So I feel like we'll probably be fine. So let's go like find where you exist. There we go. And I'll just make a state tree for you. Normal state tree components, spirits. While we're at it, actually, let's also add you to... Oh, you're already there in basic enemies. Sweet. Maybe we should add a state tree category to this as well, because we often end up just needing to find a state tree for something. I guess to start testing this out, what we do is we just add in a child state, which will be circle player. And that's for now all that this thing is going to do. So let's add in a new task for which we need to make the new task. That makes sense. Blueprint base, circle player, STT, circle player, fucking chuck it into the blueprint folder and never look at it again. Why would you organize our project? Yes, silly. We don't do that here. Circle player. And this never completes, so you always just like stick in this state for now. So let's give this a couple of variables. Context, node, actor, which will be of type just enemy is what we're going to call this, and that will be of category context. And that's all we need for this, really. Aside from maybe a radius. We can make a radius. We can do a radius thing if we wanted to. Well, for now, let's, when we enter the states, run EQS query. And that gets us a instance object reference. Can we like get location? Results as location. Is this ordered? Out of an array locations generated by query. Query generate actors on array locations. Return false of no valid. Okay. Run mode, single best item. Okay, so this is just an array with one thing in it then. Query template will be circle around player. Querier will be the actor here. And then we move to location or actor, just sure. Target location. I guess we need to get AI controller for that. At which point we can do a simple move to location instead. Assuming that this will take care of its own like leftover async tasks. Because we don't need to like fire anything like arrived or failed or whatever, because we're never going to arrive anywhere in theory. Okay, so we do that, and then we do a tick, which now that we're at 5.6, we could even say that this task has a tick rate of like once every like 10th of a second instead of once every frame. So we could even like make this not run every frame if we really needed to. But all that we're doing is a like distance compare between two vectors, which is like not that bad to do, so it'll probably be fine. Is less than let's say 100. We do that every fucking frame, don't we? Or well, every tick specifically. And then we just run this again. Yeah, same code. And that should make it circle around the player. Indefinitely. It's probably not gonna. Just warning you, it's probably not gonna. It's probably gonna have some major issue somewhere for some reason. I don't know what there's gonna be yet. But I feel like we're about to find out, man. I feel like we're about to find out. So do you have your state tree? You do not. Did I give it to you in your class? I feel like I didn't. Yeah. State tree for spirits. Start logic automatically, sure. Gonna put this state tree to the side real quick, so that I can open debug mode in case something goes like horribly weirdly wrong with this. I want to be able to see what it does. Save everything just in case it crashes the engine, because it sometimes do be that way. And we... Okay, that didn't take very long, did it? It just stopped executing like almost immediately. Why? Try enter circle player, enter states. Context. Oh, context is the wrong class. Okay. That wasn't the worst problem we could have run into. At least it's not quitting out of it immediately, but it's also just like not moving. So why would that be? That could be because of so many different things. Let's print both whether or not it actually like succeeded finding anything, and then its actual target location. Because it might just be failing the query. Yeah, so the query is failing. Fantastic. So why is that query failing? Let's try again. Oh, unreachable. This is the wrong... Okay, there's a couple of things wrong here. This needs to be courier. This needs to be target. Okay, still doing 0, 0, 0. What is the key combination again? It's... I think it's this. And then numpad 4. Yeah, so... all of these are being ranked as 0. Field tests 0 dot context to item between 0 and 0. Oh, that's filtering, isn't it? Yeah, we don't need this to filter. So this is only scoring. Fuck off with your filtering. Okay, so now what is the issue? Field tests a path from courier. But there should be... let's get rid of this for now. Just to see what else can go wrong. Okay, they are given a score. These are getting discarded because they're too far away. And that's the winner. Okay, so now the issue is just that it isn't moving. Which seems like a weird issue. So let's just like do a move to location instead of simple move to location. See if it makes any difference. Probably not. But it's still getting false and 0, 0, 0 out of it. So that doesn't make sense. You know what we'll do first? We'll also put a OR boolean. This is not ideal. But I also, that's probably fine, is nearly 0. If it's nearly 0, it's just going to force itself to run again until it finds something. Again, not ideal, but at least it's moving to 0, 0, 0 now. Like, that part is working. It's just why... that means that this is messed up. Results. What the fuck is this repo class even? Query instance, yeah. Okay, so what other functions do you have? Get item score. Is there something I'm missing? is there a way for me to alternatively, just like putting it out there as an idea, like run the environment query here on some type of like loop? Is that a thing that we could do? Because that's kind of the issue, right? I can make it move to one location and I move to the next location, but I don't want it to do that because that's going to be like staggering movement. I don't want staggering movement. Like I want this to just run on like effectively like a clock. I just want this to run once every X amount of time. I guess what we can do instead is, hold on, I have an ID because we have this, let's call this like patrol target. We can use that patrol target to like generate this, and then instead of using this, we very much could just make it go like move oh, that's not a thing that exists by default on this one, but I have my own custom one, I think. I think it's just move to no. What did I call it? A patrol location, I think, right? Yes, so this should just move to there and then finish the task when you get there. We simply just promote this acceptance radius to a variable and then just set this acceptance radius to like 100, meaning that this task completes. No, because then it's also going to stop moving. So we need a variation of this one that separately finishes tasks when it gets within a certain radius. Because I don't want this to stop moving is the whole idea, right? So I guess we patrol location, we'll call that constant movement. It's maybe not the best name for it, but who cares? And then instead of like working with that acceptance radius, we just add in a tick here, which again we can set to whatever rate we want now, so that's great. And then we take the distance again between this point and that point and check if it is less than or equal to our acceptance radius. And if so, we finish the task. That should allow me to do what I wanted to do. So let's replace with constant movement. Also immediately fix the thing that I've been meaning to fix for like forever on this, and that is setting this to context. So that's now context. Location to walk to will always be the parameter, that one, and then the acceptance radius for this will be 100. And then this one state is completed, we go back to root, which means that we, yeah. I don't know if this works all that well with only like one state in it. Like re-entering the same state might be a little like iffy. I've had that issue in the past where the state tree just stops once it enters the same state that it just left. But that was, I think, doing it like every frame. So just like... I mean, certainly does do something, doesn't it? I think maybe the distances need to be tweaked a little bit. But that's maybe just a matter of making this like 16. Okay, so it's moving back and forth between 2 points now, right? So that's not really doing all too well. The issue is that it's always moving to its own, like, back. Which makes sense with the dot product thing, actually. So we need the dot product to be scored, like, inverse linearly? Maybe? No. That just makes it move back and forth on the other side. I mean, this also is interesting, don't get me wrong. It's just not quite what I intended it to do. But it is following me around quite well. It's just, like, everything works remarkably well. Like, a lot better than I thought it probably would. Even in real time, and I don't really understand why. I guess it's constantly getting nuance because it's just, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. So something is going wrong with the dot product here. What happens if we just set this minimum flow to be like 400 instead? The exact same fucking shit. It's just moving back and forth between two like slightly further apart items. Well then, I'm gonna go into my state tree, which is on my other monitor right now. I'm gonna set the acceptance radius to this to 25. So that maybe with them being a little further apart, it doesn't mess up as bad. Nope, it still does. Which makes no sense because it's actually like moving less back and forth now. Why? Why? Why does it do that? I mean, this in and of itself is an interesting behavior, I guess, if I wanted to like cope real hard. But we know that the setup works. It's just the querying itself is messed up. So hold on, I think the... What we might want to do instead, hold on. What we might want to do, this might mess things up, but maybe what we want to do is we want to get the courier in the item and the target in the item, and the dot product between those. What does that do? I mean, that doesn't help, like at all. I mean, it kind of does. It's just really kind of fucky. Which, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, more or less... Like, it is circling around me. It's just not doing it very well. Okay, let me give ChatGPT some more information. Maybe it'll be able to figure things out for me. It's not really working. This is what I have to work with. The points get generated around the player for which I have a context set up, and I want the courier, the enemy AI, to circle around the player, moving from one point in the circle to the next. The enemy won't be strafing, so it won't be looking at the player, and its right vector will not be useful as a result. Pure EQS solution is not sufficient for sequencing. Yeah, hybrid solution. Find the closest point on that circle to the current AI location. I guess I can do that. I guess that is a thing that I could do. Yeah. We could use EQS to generate the points and then use Blueprint to move to those points. That's actually a pretty good idea. So like, don't do the dot product thing. And we'll go back to checking the pathfinding thing in a moment. I don't know why that was messing with me before. But with that, we're back to my circling method that we had before. So let's delete all here. Circle player. I guess we don't need this either. And then we go back to this, right? So instead of single best item, we just return everything. And we for each loop over those. Get the distance between that and the actor's location. And then I guess we probably should make this a function so that that's a local variable, but for now, if this distance is less than this distance, and we'll set this distance like default value just to be like insane. We'll set that new distance value. Well, actually, we'll need to do that here anyway. So let's... hello. Hello and welcome to the chat. This value might be ridiculously high, but we're going to stick with it for now. And then that will be our new like target location, right? And we do that for everything, and then once we have that completed, we like move to that target location. Okay, I think this might work. It's a bit weird. It's a bit fucked. But if it works, it works. And that's really all that matters in the end. So now the only issue being is that it's going to get potentially two different... It still doesn't really work, does it? Because it's going to still get two different points that are about equally far away from each other. So... we need to also take into account the angles. Yeah, that makes sense. This might be more trouble than it's worth. Because this is not going to work super smoothly either, I don't think. I mean, I can promise you that it's going to also fuck up a little bit. Because first and foremost, it's moving to 0, 0, 0 again. Because why the fuck wouldn't it? That's issue number one, is that it's doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. Something with this is just messing up. Because it's failing the query. I'm like 99% sure. You see, false. And it's doing this every frame as well now. Which makes sense because that's how I set it up to work. So, before we even worry about checking the angles at every point or whatever, because I'm not even entirely sure how that's supposed to help me, we need to figure this out, man. Because this is like, yeah, because it is moving, so it is actually like the actor is valid. It's not that the actor is not being passed through properly, right? Yeah. So that ain't the issue. Then why is this not like succeeding? Oh, this doesn't help, probably, but yeah, that doesn't show me anything. Wrong button. Why are you querying around that? That means that the toggle. Oh no. No, that cannot be it. Let's get rid of this preview thing, because I don't know if that's somehow like messing with my previews. Yeah. Distance to courier is failing because it is... What the fuck? Distance to courier is like 200 something, which is not within the 400 to 1000 range. That makes sense, actually. So it's got like these 3 points potentially to go to. Oh, but they're not being scored at all now. But they don't need to be scored. It has... it has 3 points that it could go to. Like, these 3 are valid, and then it should choose the closest one, which would be this one. And at some point that's gonna still fuck up, don't get me wrong, but like... Okay, so I think maybe EQS wasn't the best way to do this after all. You can EQS to get the point into an array, and then I can pass the array into here and do that. Yeah, that kind of would work still. So if we take in the target locations as a vector array, as a like inputs, right? Then what we can do is we can make this into an array as well, and then make an EQS still output to that array, and then take in that array. That kind of works for me. Okay, still might be on to something here. Still might be onto something, or maybe not. We'll see. Environment query again. Circle around player, please, and the results are going to get put in that thing over there, and we're going to just put all the matching into it. And we'll do that first, actually. Probably could do with the parameter on here. Probably doesn't need to be on there. But for now, that's not the most important thing. For now, the most important thing is to get this fucker to work. So let's call this target locations, and then make another new target move to, which is going to be a singular variable. And then when we enter this state, we don't run a environment query because we already did that. We just do this, and we don't even need the tick to work the same way anymore. And then if this acceptance radius then we finish this task. That works, I think. So we run the query, we pass those points into here, it moves to whatever point it thinks it needs to move to, and then it just rinses and repeats. We don't even on state complete we go back to our root. Might as well make that explicit because at some point it's probably going to need to be. So let's see how that does. So yeah, right now it's just always moving to. Sometimes EQS just doesn't show its shit, which is super annoying. Oh, hold on. The issue might actually be that it only runs once and it's never finishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Hold on. Where is my thingy? There it is. Alright, debugger. Let's run with the debugger to see where the hell... Unreal? The fuck are you doing? My body mobile? Don't do that, please. The wrong project. That's the wrong state tree. Okay. We're gonna get there. Yeah, so it actually is. Okay. I think we're gonna get rid of this as well. And I will put that back into here. So we also check, hey, if this distance already is less, than, let's say 200. Put a not between that, and then do a and. So this way it's going to ignore everything that is closer than 200 units to it. This is still going to bounce back and forth between 2 points, I think. Yes. Look at this point. It's a matter of introducing the whole angle stuff. And I still don't know what ChatGPT wants me to do with that. Because that kind of seems like just a whole bunch of like bullshit. Because it tries to make an array of angles. And then compute the angle of the enemy relative to the player. And then it checks... the next point clockwise. If delta is less than or equal to 0, add delta by 2. Okay, so that might actually work. So instead of checking the distances like I'm doing now, it's going to check the angle between every single point, right? So we have like player here, and then we've got like a bunch of points. And right now what I'm doing is I'm checking for the like enemy to find the thing that's the closest to it, but that's resulting in it bouncing back and forth, right? Why don't you drag and drop the variables you want to change on the one that you want changed? I don't know what you mean. But what ChatGPT is suggesting I do, and that's actually like not a bad idea, is I check just like all of these angles, and then I guess on the character would be the best way, or maybe just on the state tree itself. Whatever. I like make it remember the last angle that it moved to. Or maybe actually I could even make it like look at no. I could even probably like do away with all this. I could probably, assuming that the circle always generates in like the same order, I could just make it keep track of the index instead. Which would be a whole lot easier. Yeah, let's do maybe that. So let's do a last index. And a new index. Last index will be an input. New index will be output. If you click and drag on it, it'll just replace. Will it? If it's a different type too? Oh yeah, it will. Well, you know, didn't know that. That's kind of neat to know. Right, this is the wrong task. Need to do that in here. Last index again is going to be a inputs. New index is going to be a output, which I don't have a category for yet. So we don't need to like keep track of the distance anymore. If this works, it's going to be fantastic, because that's going to solve all my issues. Acceptance radius, still probably do want that, yeah. Well, the output actually... That's also going to need to be an input. It's just going to be a property ref. So let's set that to being a integer property reference. And that can actually be used as just index. Okay, so we take in that index. We increase it. Or well, we set it based on whether or not it would wrap or not, or whatever. Only issue with that is that it's still... doesn't... But no, this still could be fucked. Because this will work now, but what happens when I like improve this to take into account like pathfinding as well? Because then it won't be the same length every single time that it gives, because sometimes it will filter out some points. And when it filters out points, those indexes are going to be not aligned anymore. So actually that doesn't work. Okay, got a different idea. We're going to do away with environment query altogether. What we're going to do is... I kind of like the idea of using environment query though. Maybe the angle thing is the best way to do it. But even then, like ChatGPT makes a important mistake. And that is that it assumes that it's going to actually like reach its goal. And I need it to be given a new move to goal before it actually reaches the point that it's trying to move to. So again, if we have like me here and then we have like the points around me, blah, blah, blah. What it reasonably assumes is that it's going to move from here to here and then run the next query to move from here to here. But actually, like when I get to like this spot, before I get here, I needed to already be moving toward the next one, because otherwise what it's going to do is it's going to move there, it's going to stop, it's going to move there, and it's going to stop, it's going to move there, and it's going to stop, and it's only going to stop for like a couple of frames, but it's going to stop. And I don't want it to do that. At which point it might just be better to like a couple of times a second give it a like purely like trigonometry based like move here, now move here, now move here. And if there's just like a wall in the way somewhere, it's going to be told to move here, but eventually it'll get told to move back there and it'll just like sort itself out. It's just going to get like a little stuck on the wall for a bit. Which is not ideal. But I think that's the way that we're going to go with it now. yeah, let's try to do it that way. So this will effectively just run on tick indefinitely. And it's just going to set and move to location. Don't worry, it's not going to tick every second. We can just say, hey, this state, circle player. We can give it a custom tick rate now, right? That's the thing that we can do. Custom tick rate. There you go. Takes once a second. Yeah, let's... Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, sure. Move to target. I guess we do use that. I could make it move over a spline. That would be the other way to do it. Probably would be more performant than using the navigation. But it might also be less like adjustable. Because what I probably would need to do is that just to explore the idea, right? What I would need to do is make a blueprint without clicking on anything else. How difficult can it be? Pretty fucking difficult, turns out. We'll do it like this, sure. Like circle spline actor, let's call it. Right? Why do people have such loud motorcycles? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Is this new? Oh, anyway. I'd need to like make one of these, and then I would set this to being closed first and foremost. Closed loop. And then I guess I would oh, that's not what I wanted to do. And that changes the entire spline, so that's already annoying. But okay, let's just say that we do it something like this. A little rough, but it'll probably do. Aside from the fact that getting a proper circle with this is also a bit of a headache, as is being demonstrated live right now. But that's like doable. What happens, like this I actually just straight up don't know. What happens if I put this into the world and I try to like scale it? Why don't I have, there we go. If I try to scale this, oh, it actually does scale up the spline. So that could be, yeah, that could be a way to do it. I'm just kind of trying to think if there's going to be any issues with the fact that the splines are technically in a different streaming level. But I think that should be fine. So that, yeah, that's probably fine. So we can make it just spawn one of these on begin play. So spawn actor from class. Let's explore that ID, because I kind of like like that as an ID. Well, at the same time, no, actually no. I'll tell you why no. Because that's going to like hard code set it to the spline, and I don't want that, because the other side of it is, if I run straight at this thing, I need to be able to like get to it as well, right? At which point I would like need to make it interpolate to a point on the spline anyway. And if I like hit it, it's gonna have knockback, so it needs to be able to come loose off of the spline as well. And I think, yeah, that just makes more sense to like hook in to the navigation system. Yeah, we're gonna stick with the navigation system. It's more expensive to do, obviously, because it uses like the nav mesh, but also it uses the nav mesh, which can be nice. So yeah, let's give that a shot. Let's ask ChatGPT what it thinks about it as well. I hate ChatGPT being patronizing as fuck. I told it like, okay, I'm gonna ditch EQS, I'm just gonna move to location every second or so. That's a solid and pragmatic plan. Fuck off, just give me my information. So anything that I... Actually, I have a interesting other idea, because what we could maybe do as an ID, instead of doing all this weird ass wacky stuff, we never do this. We find the look at rotation between these two things, right? So get player pawn, and then the look at rotation toward the enemy. There we go. If I then combine that rotator with another, let's say like 30 degrees in the Z, and then now how am I going to get a location back out of that, actually? That I think we have like a rotate like transform. Find relative look at location, start transform. Find a local rotation range of -180 to 180 of an object with start transform to a target location. I don't think that's going to help me either. Okay, never mind. I thought I had a clever idea there of like just adding 30 degrees or some degrees to the Z rotation of that final look at rotation, but how do I then transform that back to get a... Like, that's not going to make it easier at all. That's like super roundabout. So what we do instead is we ChatGPT's code makes no sense. I'm just looking at it. But it gets the player location, then it gets the current angle and adds the angle step to it. Sure. And the target location is the player location plus offset plus... Oh no, that actually does make sense. Okay, so... Let's change this to angle step. This to player location. I accidentally made a new one, sure. So we first set that player location, right? Then we set our current angle to be our previous current angle plus delta time multiplied by our angle step. So this will be effectively the degrees per second that we move this thing along with, which maybe we should also drive that off of like the movement speed of our character. We can do that in the future. Then that's a good idea. We check if this is greater than 360. We just subtract 360 from it. I fucking hate math. Well, math isn't that bad. It's specifically like trigonometry that gets me all kinds of fucked up. Then it wants to degree to radian our current angle after that. So that's current angle degree to radian. Then it makes a offset, which it gets from, and here we get into the trigonometry. Yay. Cosine for radians. If we're converting this to radians and then using cosine, can't we just do cosine for degrees? That seems like it skips a step. That seems a bit better, right? Anyway, the cosine will be the x. Sine will be the y, and then z is 0 because we always want it to be on level. That makes sense. And then our target location will be our player location plus that. And then we just move to that target location. Oh, and also, again, nobody thinks you're cool being that loud. Everybody fucking hates you for it, okay? So fuck off. I don't even know how loud that is on mic, but it's quite loud here, and I have headphones on, so I imagine that it's very loud for you as well. Okay, so I guess this should approximately work, if nothing else. Let's give it a shot. Well, sure fucking doesn't. Wait, did I do it in the... I did it in the wrong thing. Well, renaming that class is easier than copying over everything about it. So here we fucking go. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't even need any of this. Well, angle step. Maybe like 25. I don't know. 25 is probably too much actually. Let's go 10 by default. Alright, let's try it again. Yeah, it's probably good to like offset this by a distance, isn't it? Because the offset is just a direction now. Because again, ChatGPT sucks at making good code. This offset needs to be multiplied with a... Or do I suck at reading? Circle radius. Yeah, no, I just suck at reading. That's fair enough. So offsets multiplied by a float. Promote that to a variable radius. And that's getting added to the player location instead. Let's set that at 1,000. Okay, try again. I mean, it's doing something that approximates a circle. I guess it just needs to have bigger steps. But that is adjustable, right? So we can do this angle step and radius. Both expose those. Angle step. Let's set that to like 40 instead. And maybe set the thing here to run 4 times a second. That's pretty... It's even leaving a buggy shadow. Gets a little bit confused when it has to like navigate around things, but that makes sense. But aside from that, that seems pretty good. Obviously, its stretchiness is way too much. Like way too much. But we can tone that down. This control rig just has values for that. Right, somewhere in here. I just don't know if this... I think we just need this to be higher. It just kind of isn't super responsive when I walk into a different direction, but that's probably fine. Okay. We definitely need it to beat. Oh, that's just the current value. Okay, let's set this to 6 with initial instead. probably can do with that being even like double that. I think it also should just have lower speed. Like this should probably be just half the speed as well. We can increase its speed when it goes in for an attack. I guess it's technically flying and not walking. Right, so we need the max fly speed to be lower. Yeah, that way you can kind of like feel the actual animation to it a little bit better as well. It's a little jittery. Which is weird. Why did it become jittery when it becomes slower? I guess the step is too big now, so let's also halve that. I mean, it's not perfect. It still kind of sucks, to be honest. But we can actually kind of fix that, because sometimes it stops moving, I think, because it doesn't have a place to go to. So let's actually set it back to like 15. What we can do instead is we can get point in navigable range, right? Which also adds a little bit of wiggliness to it as a whole. So let's say that the radius of this is like 250. There's those two things. It adds a bit of randomness to its wiggling around me, which I think will be a good thing. And it also, well, maybe 250 is a bit much. We'll see. It also ensures that if it tries to get to like a specific point that it cannot get to, that it will find a point that it can navigate to. But it also might end up making it even more stuttery. We'll see. I actually think that that does a pretty good job, but it's a little stiff. It's a little twitchy as well now, right? So it still might not do that well. This is the simplest way to do it. The next best thing we could do to improve it is to not like manually give it a new... Yeah, so let's get rid of the custom tick and go back to checking the distance on tick. So what we do here is This is just the points that it's going to be moving through, I guess. And then on enter state, looks very cool. I mean, we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. Operative word being slowly. Yeah, so on enter state we do this. And then on tick what we do is we just check the distance, right? So we have our location to walk to. We check the distance between that and the enemy, and if that is less than, let's say, 150, we then find our new location. That way it gets a new location when it gets close to its current location, instead of getting given a new location, which I think like every half a second, 4 times a second, which is I think what's causing its like jitteriness. Okay, what the fuck? Was that a breakpoint there? Because I don't really understand what's going on. Obviously that's going to run once. It runs twice. And then it doesn't run at all anymore. Okay, first and foremost, why does it run twice? Where's the second instance of this thing in this level? Oh, there's one over there. That's where. Okay. Let me remove that just to make debugging easier. For anybody who is still under the impression, by the way, that we're going to be finishing this dude tonight, we will not. If we can finish him circling the player, I'll be happy. If we can, well, finish maybe even not. If we can make that somewhat work, I think I will be happy. Fuck you. So what did we lose? Aside from our sanity. Actually nothing. That's cool. So what I want to know is it... that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. So the distance between my walk to location and my enemy's location is, in this case, 7,000. That's probably not the instance that I want to be looking at. Is 1,600. That's because my location to walk to is... like 2,000, 3,000 units away. Why would that be? This doesn't make sense, man. Okay, again, to ensure that we are looking at the right instance, I just did this for a screenshot, which I don't need anymore. Matter of fact. Get rid of all the enemies that I have in there. And then, now we can look at the it wants to go to like 2341x and then y 2728. I don't know why. So let's put in a breakpoint. I know that this is on my second monitor, by the way. You can't see this. But now you can. We get the player's location, which is about like 1,000 by 2,500. That adds up, right? Then we get this radius is at 1,300. This is like 0.2 by 0.9. So this becomes that. Multiply that by the radius. That adds up. That makes sense. And then it gets a random navigable point within that radius, yeah? So far, so good, I would say. Now we move to a location with that for the enemy. But that's not working. Why not? What we'll do instead is move to actor or location. Because with this, we get some feedback. And it'll tell us when the move request fails as well. Move failed. Okay, at least we know that. Why does it fail? It has a nav mesh. It was working before. When I was doing this every, like, once in a while. I guess when we move fail, we can always just like fucking try again until it works. It's a bad idea. Should at least put a delay in between there. It also just stops trying after a few times because fair enough. Yeah, let's put a delay in there. Because otherwise we like get into an infinite loop, right? Okay, so with a delay in there, it actually kind of like fixes it. Well, until it doesn't, right? And then it got stuck. So yeah, this is worse. Without a doubt, worse. So I honestly do think that maybe getting rid of that again, and then just doing a simple move to location is maybe the way to go, man. And then just doing it on a tick, because that worked. So if it works, that's the most important thing, right? That's, as we said earlier today. So the only thing would be that you probably don't want this to like run every frame on tick. To be fair, that does make it more smooth. Now that I'm running it every frame. It's tempting, isn't it? It's really tempting. Maybe we can just make it run like 10 times a second instead. That's still like once every like 10 frames if you're at 100 frames per second. That's still pretty smooth. I think we can deal with that, and it's because it is now a pretty like high resolution. It should also like follow along decently well. It's a little weird about it, obviously, because it's just like updating its target position along a circle. So it's not actually like sticking to a circle. So that's where it gets a little bit weird, as you can see right there. Like this is, it does actually come pretty close to me because it's trying to like get past me to get to the other side of the circle, which is where it wants to be. So ideally, maybe what we should do is we should clamp it to be like, you're at this angle right now, and if you're trying to go to a point that is more than X amount ahead of you, we clamp it to at most that point, so that way if we like make it get stuck, what the fuck even was that, man? If we make it get stuck on something and like remove it from its circling, it can kind of deal with that. But that's that's kind of like polishing up stuff that I don't really care for right now. What I care for right now is that I think we have its circling behavior, which is good. So we can now wrap that with a like combat state, because this is what it's going to do in combat. When it sees the player, and it's going to need to have a gigantic field of view, because it's always going to be like seeing the player in a peripheral vision. So ideally I needed to have like a field of view that is like over 180 degrees wide, which I don't know if that's possible, but that's an issue for future me. Otherwise we'll just drive seeing the player differently for this guy. Maybe it'll just always see the player. That might actually not be a bad idea. But it does this, and it does that on a timer. So we just like add in a delay task for, let's say, like 15 seconds with a random deviation of 3 to either side. And now when the transition happens to the next state, we give it a sibling state, which will be attack, which will have 2 states to itself as well, which is move to player and then attack. Move to player should be pretty easy because I think I already have a task specifically for that. I think I called it chase. Chase target. Goal should be actor targets. Chaser is actor. Distance to check, let's say like 100. When that finishes, it moves to the next state. Same thing for this actually. When it finishes, it should move to the next state. And then that attack is just do an ability. And then when that finishes, it should go back to circling the player. So that's its basic combat behavior. So we actually did kind of finish it. We still need to make like the knockback animation for it and stuff like that, but I might just do that over the weekend because that's probably not super interesting for another stream, I would imagine. I need a death animation and all that kind of stuff. Like, just mostly animation stuff is what I need to do. And I'm not like a super good animator, especially if I get distracted every 2 seconds. I'm like terrible at making animations. So that's probably an off-stream kind of thing. We just need to make a an ability for him. So we can make a gameplay ability, play basic attack animation, spirit back. So I'll update you that your stream is not working. I get the error, the video download was cancelled. Please try again. I mean, I doubt that. That seems unlikely. I'm not dropping any frames, so if that's the case, that's a Twitch thing. That's not something that I can help. Twitch is kind of like a piece of shit. Which is why you should watch on YouTube. And I wonder why I don't have any Twitch viewers, because I just keep shitting on it. Yeah, for now it doesn't need to like deal damage yet. Well, we might as well just add that in, right? Because we have just like an enemy damage. Where the fuck does that... Why does it happen to the right? That's concerning. That's probably not ideal. I at some point need to make something better for this, because the way that I like set these up is insane. I honestly probably just need to make them generate... Yeah, that's actually a good idea, probably. Probably just need to make them generate like that overlap sphere based on like a socket location. That makes way more sense to do. It's the way that I do it for the player now as well. Just the player does it like every frame for a certain period of time, and enemies only do it like for 1 frame. But yeah, that should be Spirit Pack. Very badly named. Or very badly spelled, rather. But in theory, that should be the behavior for the dude. So let's just go stand somewhere. He's gonna figure himself out eventually, and then at some point he's gonna decide, hey, actually, I want to eat your face. He's gonna come at me, and when he's near me, he does the attack, and it actually does damage. So, yeah. Nice. I also think I at some point made a thing for changing the movement speed. Specifically for the Reaper boss. Is there any reason? Oh. Yeah, we need to make a new one for that. Still would be a nice thing to have, so let's make one. Blueprint base. STT change movement speed. Variables, actor, type, character. Super easy to do. All we do is alt speed. Immediately when we enter this, like, save that. So actor, get movement, speed, get character movement component, I mean. And then get speed. Current movement mode. That's exactly what I was hoping existed. Otherwise, I'd need to like put in some enum stuff, which is annoying. So that's the old speed, and then we just put in a new speed. Speed during this state, rather. And this needs to be context. And then we just set speed. And I guess we do it for both walking and flying, just in case. But that's a nice thing to have, right? And then when we exit this state, we also just set these again, but we set them back to the original speed. It's probably going to be super useful in a broad sense as well. So let's replace this with speed. So let's set the speed here to like 600, so that when it's moving to the player, it suddenly moves twice as fast. So it really feels like it decides that it wants to fuck you up. We almost probably could do with like attacking you a tiny bit earlier, even 175. Yeah, so more or less we did finish his behavior at least. $175 apparently is too much because it didn't actually hit me. But for that, we also could just like increase this a little bit again and then make this move like ever so slightly more forward as well. Obviously, you want it to be somewhat lenient toward the player. To be honest, though, I think we could even do with like increasing this to like 1200. Like, I really want it to feel like it decides that it wants to like end you. You should be pretty nervous when this thing is going around you, because it could like decide to fuck you up at any moment. Just like that. And then it does leave itself open to being absolutely fucking destroyed, right? But yeah, that I think that about does it. So we have technically like mostly functioning now. So I guess what we do is we add in a spawner for him in the test level. Which means that we're going to need to put him in at some point in the actual game as well. It's going to be a whole fucking thing. But now we can spawn him in. Which means we have 5 organics and 5 mechanical ones for like my enemy loadouts now. So it's kind of neat. It's a little. Okay, when they spawn in, they don't do anything yet. Probably because they're not close enough to the ground, I would imagine. The icons have changed in state trees. Some of them, I think, probably... for state tree task. Yeah, those have... there's some new stuff. I made a video about it a while ago. The Unreal 5.6... changes to state trees. Like these things now toggle whether or not it completes the states when the task completes. So you can now complete a task so that it stops sticking as well and that kind of stuff without it forcing the state to be completed. And then you can make the states here check whether or not any of its subtasks have finished or wait for all of its subtasks to finish before the state itself is considered to be finished. So like these icons are like actually like interactable and like do something. Which is kind of cool. What's not cool is them not like doing anything at all. They also have the same animation. Yeah, it's probably... I don't know how often you're going to see more than one of these at the same time anyway, because they're going to kind of get fucky with the circling anyway. So this is probably going to be, like, when there's a group of enemies, there's going to be one of these, most likely. But on spawn, giving them like a random like animation speed between like 90% and 110%, probably not a bad idea. It's just what the fuck is going on with like any of these guys? They're just not able to move. Oh, is that because it might be... It might be because I'm a dum-dum. I don't think it's because I'm a dum-dum, but it could be. When I spawn them in, do they not get a proper AI controller? AI controller, possess AI only when placed in the world. That's it. Let's do that on the parent class. Auto possess when placed or spawned. This was an issue that I already had with the tanks as well. They just didn't move because their movement code was reliant somewhat on something somewhere. I don't know why the other classes don't have this issue. Maybe I just manually... Yeah, there you go. Now they work. So yeah, they're all gonna try to go to the same position now. So like having an initial... You know what? Maybe actually this could work fairly easily, having multiple instances of the same thing anyway. Just starting C++ on smaller hyper-casual games, it's horrible. Every issue requires a full rebuild. Somewhat, yes. But there's live coding as well in Unreal. It's definitely like Blueprint is definitely like faster and smoother for like prototyping stuff. When you're like prototyping something, doing things in Blueprint is faster because you're just like in the environment. So you just change something, click 2 buttons, and you're ready to go. Live coding kind of fixes that to a certain extent, but it mostly, like, you need to know when to use it, because it tends to break stuff a little bit when you use live coding after adding new components to things, for instance. Entirely new classes definitely don't really deal well with live coding. Sometimes just new variables in general. But if you're just trying to like change the code inside of a function, live coding generally works well enough. At which point you can just like live update like a temporary patch in of your new code. Feels like Blueprint is the native one and not the other way around. It's also a matter of the fact that you're probably just not used to it yet. Or is that with AI if I place one on this thing? Yeah, so it's probably the fact that by default most like pawns don't get possessed when they are spawned in. You just need to change that in the settings for them. But yeah, it's one of those things like state tree. I mostly like do all that in Blueprint because it requires like a lot of tweaking, constantly back and forth. So like constantly like rebuilding for that, or like potentially dealing with the live coding jankiness doesn't work that well. I also do it for like the animation stuff because it has like immediate like live feedback, that kind of stuff. Like, it's one of those things where you also shouldn't want to make a game in just only C++, right? But at the same time, like, doing only Blueprint is also quite limiting. It's not... You can make full games with only Blueprint, don't get me wrong. You can, people have, and people will. But I think familiarizing yourself to at least a like decent extent with C++, so that when you run into a limitation of Blueprint, you're not like too intimidated to jump in with C++, is probably a good thing, because it can make your life a little easier in some ways. Again, it's one of the examples that I often do come back to is the... I made a video about this a while ago as well. Is like these little helper functions that like automatically instantiate in here for me. So if I like... One thing that I often have, and I need to add a couple more functions to this, but one thing that I often have is I want to get a actor's location, right? And you need to like get actor location and then put that in there, and that it's just annoying. This is the kind of stuff why I find Blueprint to be annoying, and I want Blueprint to like not get in my way. So I just made some code that does this for me. Just puts a get location node in there like automatically. Does the same thing for transforms, does the same thing for rotations. Unfortunately, scale also uses a vector, so it can't be aware of whether or not I want to get the location or the scale. But when do you really get like the scale of an actor, right? Compared to how often you're getting its location. So I just give priority to that. And if I do need to get the scale, I just still need to type it in. But those type of small things make then the blueprint experience also a whole bunch like smoother. So like that's helpful. Little things as well as the inventory plugin that I've made, right? I just have in this context menu things for like adding drop table or item assets. Usually you would need to go into like miscellaneous and then like data asset and then like choose those. But for me, what I can do now is just inventory item. And it even gives me all of the item subclasses, even the ones that I made in Blueprint, here to choose from which one I want to pick. At some point for my turn-based RPG, I made an encounter table. This is just a data table that has a hard-coded struct in it. But now, when I have like a turn-based like battle arena, when I want to pick an encounter table, I can just get a list of only encounter tables as a drop-down, instead of getting every fucking type of data table in my entire project, which a lot of systems use different types of data tables, so it's kind of like hard to like scroll through. These minor things make your life in Blueprint and just like while designing stuff a lot smoother and easier as well. Notice that you feel a lot more free when using C++. I mean, to a certain extent, that's probably also just like a mental thing, because you know that the solution for everything you want effectively exists. It's just a matter of how difficult it is to achieve. But you're no longer like limited to what the epic game overlords deem worthy for you to be able to access. You can access everything, and if you can't access something, it's because it doesn't exist, or it's because something in the engine is like pretty hardwired to work a certain way, and you like have to work around that. But if something doesn't exist, you can more easily just decide like, okay, that's something that I'll make myself, which again becomes more difficult, but it's possible at least. C++ and Blueprint is the way, but it's very hard to know how you should use it correctly, make them communicate with each other. It's kind of just vibes for me. It's like, I haven't done a lot of C++ in this project for a while, but as you can see, I've done a lot. But at this point, I'm like in a stage where I'm doing a bunch of like more like linear design stuff. So that is where Blueprint like makes sense. Unreal C++ is not even close to C++. Yeah, Unreal C++ is definitely closer to C# than it is to like raw C++, because if nothing else, just for the like like the sheer like fact that you don't have to manage your own like memory and like garbage collection and that kind of stuff. Like Unreal just adds a garbage collector on top of C++, which effectively just makes it C#, with slightly different syntax, obviously. If I was using Unreal, I would use Blueprint, because if I really wanted much performance, I would use Unity. I mean, C++ isn't just about performance. The performance difference between C++ and Blueprint is like majorly overstated. It's mostly a like just workflow thing. It's once you get like used to actually typing, and if you're like working in Unity, you're used to like typing out your code. It is faster than dragging and dropping a bunch of like wiggly lines between nodes. Typing is just faster than clicking and typing. So that's like the major consideration there, right? Not so much the performance impact, because that's negligible. But yeah, if you're making mobile games, I mean, Unreal can make mobile games, don't get me wrong, but like Unity is definitely more like geared toward it, especially for 2D. Again, it's something that Unreal can do, but if your main thing that you're going to be making is mobile games, and specifically like 2D style mobile games, Unreal probably just isn't like the best engine for that, despite being capable of doing it. But that's more of a thing like if you mainly use Unreal and you decide you want to make like a 2D-ish mobile game, the engine is technically capable of it. But if you're like looking at that's what I want to make most of the time, I don't think Unreal is the thing that you should be learning. But that's like, that depends on like what perspective you're coming at the question from, right? Saving time only, typing to lose it for reloading or rebuilding. Yeah, so that's, again, live coding is a thing. You can use that and you probably should. Like if every couple of lines that you write, you rebuild the entire engine, obviously that's going to be slower. If live coding fails, your normal builds will also fail though. So like that's just, again, that's just like running into compiling errors. There's no difference there between live coding and just like building. And again, live coding definitely has its limits. Like you can't just like throw it at everything because sometimes it gets a little fucky. Sometimes you actually like just straight up do need to rebuild. And I've gotten into the habit of just rebuilding because it sometimes is less stable to use live coding when doing stuff, and rebuilding my project doesn't take that long once like the initial binaries are built. That's also a thing. Like generally, if you're updating only a CPP file and not a header file, rebuilding should be fairly fast. It's just like relaunching the engine, depending on your PC, might take a while if you don't have like a super fast CPU and SSD. I saw that if live close the editor and rebuild solution, then it works even if live coding failed. That seems unlikely. That seems like you might have more than one instance of Unreal open, because it also doesn't like it when you do that. I only rebuilt for State 3 because State 3 just bugged out. It does. State 3 bugs is the reason that I upgraded to like Unreal 5.6 yesterday, because shit just kept crashing my project. And so far it's seemed stable again. But it's kind of insane for how long State 3s have had this issue where they just randomly fucking crash sometimes. Again, 5.6 so far seems to have been better with it, but I'm just waiting for the moment that it starts crapping itself again, because it's gonna happen. I know that it will. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna close some tabs. I'm gonna close this project, and then I'm probably gonna head out of here pretty soon, because I don't really feel like animating today. So we'll probably just like wrap it up for now. Just hanging out a little bit and like talking is fine though. If there's anything else to talk about. Suck in 4.5. I hope not 5.4. After I'll be using 5.6. Yeah. I didn't think that I would upgrade to 5.6 because all things like being equal, it is it's a pretty minor update, right? Am I the only one that thinks that? Like 5.6 isn't that compared to the like last 4 or 5 updates, which were huge. 5.6 is just like kind of neat. It does a lot of like behind the scenes like parallelization work, as far as I understand, to like improve performance and like enable even better performance upgrades in the future. So really, like 5.6 seems to be one of the first major steps toward what the vision for like Unreal 6 will be, which is a like super parallelized like threaded engine, which seems like it is highly needed for performance reasons. So that seems cool. So for that reason, it's awesome. But like feature-wise, it's kind of like slim. So I didn't think that I would upgrade until like 5.7, which would maybe be another like big feature update or whatever. But I just kind of got fed up with it yesterday, and so far I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, also 5.6 has like major meta-human improvement. For me, that doesn't really matter because I don't use meta-humans, because like fucking like look at this, right? But that's also like if you do use them, they're now actually like game-ready assets instead of like cinematic assets. I'm emotionally attached to 5.3. I only switched to 5.4 to add microtransactions. I mean, gotta get the microtransactions. Did they not have microtransaction like systems in Unreal before 5.4? Well, that's fucking insane. Seeing as how Fortnite has had microtransactions for forever. So surely there must have been something in there before 5.4, right? Also, the new templates are really nice. Like what I looked at today at the start of the stream, right? I looked at the combat template just to see how do they do like the flanking enemy stuff, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna do that. But it's interesting and like fun to look at. Renaming projects. Is renaming projects that big a deal? I rename projects quite often, but that's like blueprint only projects. But whenever I make like tutorial series, I just like copy over like the end of one part before I start the next part and just rename it. And that doesn't really like have issues, but that's generally blueprint only projects. So maybe there's like a C++ thing. Oh, Google Play has some new updates which require updated stuff. That makes sense. Don't like templates. I mean, templates are nice as prototyping stuff and to like see how like the people developing this engine intended to be used, right? It's a good example stuff to look at. Quick prototyping, that kind of stuff. Obviously, if you're making like a full game, you're not building it off of a template, and if you are, by the time you've made your game, there's absolutely nothing left of the original template. Like this project originally started as a third-person template project. For the longest time, my character's class was still called BP third-person character. You can see it actually here. This instance is still called BP third-person character. But there's literally just about nothing left of the original third-person template at this point. But it's nice to have like annoying little things like your initial input setup. Holy shit, can you go die? The initial like input setup, which is just tedious to do, like to have that just good to go and just to be able to like start to like fuck around a little bit and like play, is quite nice. Rename C++ projects is, yeah, oh, that cuts in because you have like the like your API thing here is named after your project, probably, right? So if you change your project name, like this doesn't work anymore because the like Unreal header tool probably freaks out. I imagine that's the like main issue. I'm sure that Writer has something for that, but I haven't ever like really tried to rename this project, and I don't feel like trying it, so I'm not gonna. But yeah. It's there's got to be some plugin or extension to fix that. Probably, I would imagine so, right? I would imagine there would have to be, and if not, somebody should make it, because that feels like something that you could sell for like a lot of money on the marketplace. I don't know how difficult it would be to do, because I don't really know what the issue is. If the issue is this, making a engine plugin isn't really going to help, because the engine plugin isn't going to have access to your individual source files. So it kind of depends on what the issue actually is with renaming the project. But even then, you could probably like just write a script. If this is the issue, you could just write a script that goes through every like file in a directory, finds this string and replaces it with a different string. Like making a Python script to do that doesn't seem that difficult. Like you could even ask just ChatGPT to make it for you, probably. But again, that's very much assuming that this like API name is the issue. I don't know that it is. I made a launcher to post my free games to be able to place ads. Is it a good idea? People don't want other launchers, man. Like people can barely like get to using like the Epic Games launcher like side by side with Steam. People go fucking mental when they have to play like a Ubisoft or an EA game which comes with their own launcher. You making your own launcher with like your own games like in it, as with all due respect, like there's some guy on the internet, like people, it's probably going to put people off more than anything else. But it's a fun project to do. It's a fun way to present your work as well. If you like want to just like show like, hey, this is everything I've made to somebody. So like ever applying for a job anywhere or whatever. Like being able to send through like your resume in the form of a launcher with your work like available in it. That is an awesome way to like show off your work. So in that context, I would say that it is actually a fucking awesome idea. And if anybody's watching this and thinking, hey, I want to like submit resumes to like game dev studios, also still do a normal resume and a normal portfolio, because they might not want to download a random exe out of some guy's email. But if they do, I think that would probably be a pretty like good way to stand out. When they finally deprecate character movement component, will you cover the new Mover 2.0 plugins? I will cover Mover as soon as they like actually have it finished enough to the point where they write any sort of documentation and it like makes any sort of sense. I've tried to look into it multiple times and it's just a mess at this point, from what I can tell. And they're not deprecating character movement anytime soon, so that's, you should be good there. But yeah, as soon as Mover is actually like documented in any way, shape, or form, to the point where I can actually like figure out how it properly works, to a deep enough level that I can explain it. I will make videos on it because I'm very excited for Mover. I've been for a while, and it's really annoying that there seems to be very little actual progress in terms of documenting the shit. I understand that it's in beta, but still. It's not necessarily about making the launcher being difficult. Especially if you do it in browser. It's effectively just like making a website, right? It's just... And even if you don't do it in browser, you essentially can just... Like, even Steam is effectively just a browser that shows Steam. Like, it's not difficult, but it stands out in like a interesting and creative way. Not necessarily showing off like your super like hacker man skills, but it's just like a little different, a little outside the box. So like that's why I say it's probably like a fun way to do it when like submitting resumes. But I don't necessarily think that it like shows like super in-depth skill. Yeah, I would expect they assume you send them a video and not some executable. If they are like any sort of like reasonably sized secure company, they're not going to run a random exe that they get an email from some dude. So like if you do it, definitely do make it browser based, probably. And at that point, you're literally just making a website, more or less. Slightly more dynamic website, maybe, than an average website. Are they going to remove that? Remove what? Character movement? No, not anytime soon. The store and community is just using your device with a web viewer. Yeah, exactly. In Steam. Steam is effectively like partly just a browser that shows you their own website. There's a little bit more to it than just a browser, obviously, but for all intents and purposes, that's like the body of it. Because there are certain parts of Steam where you can actually like see the URL and also like change it, right? Because Steam, in like its Steam overlay, also just has a browser window. So you can just browse the internet through like a Steam window, which is kind of weird. They probably get so many applicants that they won't bother watching everyone's video. I mean, if your video is like half an hour long, probably, yeah. But like being able to like condense your work into a short like sizzle reel, they probably like get enough. They probably do make a pre-selection before they start watching like minute-long videos still, because obviously we're in like a very competitive field there with game development. But yeah. I made it on websites so I'm able to place ads, but can easily turn it into an app. Yeah. But I don't think like you're going to get many ad impressions there. And the ad impressions that you're going to get are going to be like banner ads, which like make fuck all money. I don't think you're like going to get anything out of it. But it's like not to disparage it as a project. It's a fun project. I mean, I don't know that I personally love Epic's UI for the Epic Game Launcher. For the Unreal Engine side of things, it's fine, but for like the actual like game launcher, I guess it's fine-ish. It's pretty similar to Steam these days. It's actually improved a lot. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just like don't love the library page here, but maybe they also, yeah, they did change this. So I don't know. I much prefer Steam for like the library page, but that's also because my Steam list is like, if my Steam list looked like this, it would take forever to scroll through. The fact that Steam is like just the size of like the font and all the imagery only happens when you like actually click on a game, I much prefer that to the way Epic does things. Made like €6 with 30k impressions. Yeah. I like that you can have groups in the library. I mean, Steam also has that. I think Steam has like a tagging system for that, right? You can like, oh, you can categorize them, right? So this is my Steam library, by the way, which is why I like the fact that they're so small. But yeah, Steam, like, I have favorites, but I also have like these conveyor belt games. I have long games that I still need to play, Souls likes and Souls lights, all that kind of stuff. Like, I have like categories in here as well. The C++ is just a background for the fact that we're just kind of chatting at this point. I can change back over to like Unreal to give the impression that stuff is happening. Steam store page still uses Twitter logo from 2006. Does it? Because that's really funny. I mean, I kind of think it's funny for any anyone that still uses like the actual like bird Twitter logo and not like the X logo, because X is just a really stupid name for a platform. Like, aside from the fact that I just don't like Twitter. Twitter logo hasn't... I mean, it's changed pretty significantly over the last, like, what is it now? 2 years? Before that, it hasn't changed much. But, like, the fact that it's not Twitter anymore, but X. They also changed the logo to an X, which is pretty different from a bird. So... Cars racing in the background. Yeah, man, people like around this neighborhood like just have the smallest fucking dicks, and they just need to overcompensate with loud cars and motorcycles. I don't understand why people think that's like interesting or cool, because it's just noise pollution. Feels like it's been changed for like 5 years. It might be. I think like 2 years ago or something. When did Musk buy Twitter? Okay, longer ago than I thought. October 2022. So it's been in like 2 months, 2.5 months. It's been 3 years. Not so PG. I mean, my streams, I don't care about being PG with. Videos, I am like nice language. Don't like swear too much. On streams, I just know that I'm not gonna like think about what I say too much, so stuff's just gonna come out of my mouth. So yeah, 3 years. It's been longer than I thought. I thought it was like 1.5 years or something, but it's like actually like almost 3. So yeah, in that case, it hasn't changed in years, because since they changed the logo to X, it's been the exact same, I think. Which is, I mean, think of Elon Musk what you will. Like, that's like irrelevant to the fact that X is just a stupid name for a social media platform. The same way that the metaverse is stupid, right? as a name. Like, as a concept, I kind of get it almost. It's clearly kind of like just burning and bleeding out. But as a concept, I kind of get the idea of the metaverse. It's just a really dumb name. Musk made it pay to win. I mean, it's social media, so there's no real winning. But I get what you mean with like the blue check marks being like a subscription suddenly, and then all the drama surrounding that. So certain celebrities being like, "Hey, I'd prefer you didn't imply that I paid you for this by giving me a blue check mark for free. Please take it away," which is based as fuck. Imagine actually calling a website X. I mean, I can't imagine how expensive that domain was. I do remember, though, that there was an issue where I think Apple or Google was like, hey, so yeah, the minimum length for a name on our App Store is at least 3 characters. So this is kind of a no-go, but because you're like very rich, we'll allow it. But we're not, you're not supposed to be doing this. I think the metaverse would work very well if we had like, if VR was like Google Glass technology, right? If it wasn't a huge chunk of plastic that you slap onto your face. I think like generalized VR and AR would actually probably be pretty cool. And I think the Apple Vision Pro kind of already showed that. Like Apple Vision Pro was really kind of cool. It was just also like $2,500 or $3,500, which means that no like normal person was gonna buy that. But that's already like getting there. But we need the form factor to like slim down even more. And at that point, like running that kind of computing in such a small form factor, at least right now, doesn't seem possible. But it kind of seems like it would probably need to run off of a separate device, which streams its like input and output to like your like Google Glass type thing. At which point you've just invented a phone with extra steps. So, but being able to have that like always on as like a just AR overlay in like the real world and like integrate like the metaverse, which again, stupid name. I kind of see like the vision there. If the technology was there, which it's not, because the best we have is the Quest 3 or Apple Vision Pro, both of which are not good enough. Elon had X for a while before it became known what it is today. I mean, that makes sense. The dude is obsessed with the letter X, so that kind of checks out. Online VR, VR chat wasn't all degenerates scaring off normal people. That's also a thing. Like VR just hasn't that many like social uses where people aren't like super horny all the time. You wanted to use X for paper. Yeah. I kind of feel like that's maybe where his obsession with X stems from, is the fact that he wasn't able to do that, and now he's naming everything X. Yeah, he also made it model of the car spell sex, because he's so mature. One of the richest people. Is he still the richest man on the planet? Or has this been changed to like Bezos again? I think it's still him, right? I think Elon Musk is still the richest dude on the planet. Oh yeah, then they made the model Y, so it's sexy, yeah. It's a thing that you can do. I mean, at some level you gotta respect that, right? At some level you gotta respect the commitment to the bit. Having like a multi-billion-dollar company making products that just spell out sexy. Like, I don't much like the guy if it's not obvious. But I kind of gotta respect that. Like, that's kind of funny. Nvidia's like 4 trillion. Yeah, but that's not like one person. That's a company. Yeah, no, the Cybertruck is actually like just a danger to society. Like, they're actually banned here. Because they're just not safe. Like, I don't know much about cars. Let's put that first and foremost. But cars have crumple zones for a reason. The fact that the Cybertruck is just a hunk of metal, which, by the way, not stainless steel. But the fact that it's just like a solid hunk of metal, which, like, when you see a collision with a Cybertruck, it just like absolutely annihilates anything that it comes up against, and it doesn't get like that damaged itself. That's not a good thing. That means that all that kinetic energy of the car stopping is going into your fucking body instead of the car. That's how you die. Anyway. Are you looking forward to using Verse when it becomes a staple of the engine? I'm kind of looking forward to it. I'm kind of in two minds about it because I don't really like within like Unreal Editor for Fortnite. I can like obviously see I've played around with it a little bit when it first came out. I can see it there, but within Unreal Engine itself, I don't really like super see where it fits in for me, because if I like want to write code, I write C++. If I want to do like simpler linear scripting, I actually do like Blueprint. So like Verse kind of exists in between that to like kind of textify Blueprint. And it might be kind of nice for that, because we come back to the fact that like typing is quicker than typing and dragging your mouse around. So maybe I'll come around to it, and once it's actually like implemented in Unreal and I like get used to it, I will just like laugh at Blueprint. But there's a lot of things about Blueprint that I really like can't see working too well in a pure text format either. Like the way that you can easily, obviously, like work with like timings. Like the timeline node is one of those things, which has like an update and then a completed and like different output pins that dynamically get added, that kind of stuff. That's a very specific example, and it's probably the like strongest example for this argument. Everything else is probably like a lesser example, to be honest. But I can't see it being like a full replacement for Blueprint. But maybe like certain parts of what I do with Blueprint now could be replaced with Verse. Like, for instance, the things that we've done today, right? Like, a lot of this stuff I don't really feel like going into C++ and making a class for to do. But it's also like super simple, just like getting a couple values, setting a couple values. I can definitely see like Verse. I'm kind of like, as I'm explaining myself, talking myself into like use cases for Verse, I find. For this kind of stuff, I think it would actually be super useful, yeah. Yeah, so within a couple of sentences, I kind of like changed my mind. I don't think they'll be replacing Blueprints. I hope. Cybertruck has a crumple zone. I mean, hardly. Cybertruck, I mean, does it look nice though? Does it? I mean, I guess, like, taste can differ, but I think it's kind of ugly. Every other Tesla looks actually kind of nice. Like, again, I'm not much of a car guy, but when I see a Tesla, I'm like, nice. For every other model, that's not a Cybertruck. But I guess that's a matter of taste. And Unreal 6 will come out in like 2027, if that soon. Yeah, Verse is probably going to be like a uh, like in runtime scripting language, so you won't have to like compile your entire engine for it, which is nice. Same with Blueprint, right? You can just like click a button and keep going. So it's definitely going to be like taking some of the space that Blueprint occupies now, in at least for my workflow. Not so much the space that like C++ takes up, but it'll probably like take away some of the stuff that I do in Blueprint now. But that's, yeah, it's going to be quite a while away. Yeah, well, the delay is another one of those things that I was thinking about giving, right, as an example. But I can definitely see Verse having just a simple delay built in, where you can just like a lot of programming languages have a built-in delay, and technically C++ has one, but like Unreal doesn't like it when you use it because it actually stalls the main like thread. It stalls the thread that you're like waiting on. And that's the main game thread, which means that the engine crashes when you do that. So yeah, Unreal like uses timers, and you bind like a delegate, and that's just bothersome to do in C++. But like most programming language have some sort of like sleep or delay or wait, where you just get to a line, you wait for an amount of seconds, and then move on to the next line. Ignore the people outside with very tiny penises. So I 100% think that Verse is going to just also have a delay function. And it's mostly like when it's just one input, one output, I think it's pretty like easily portable over to text. It's mostly like the latent nodes that like effectively like bind delegates for you. It's effectively what they do, right? If you what is a good example right now? Well, the move to actor or location. This one, right? Where you can like let code itself move on right away, but then also at a later time have these different pins that like fire depending on like what this node like does as a task on its own. That's the kind of thing that works very well in this like node-based form factor, more so than it would in a text-based form factor. For like linear scripting out of like behavior and events. So for that, I think like Blueprint is at this point kind of irreplaceable because it offers this type of stuff. And again, the I don't think I can add a timeline in here because this is not technically added in here. You know what the timeline looks like. I don't need to show you. Timeline is like the ultimate example of that for me because it's a like super dynamic K2 node. Multi-threading is difficult with Blueprint though. Yeah, if you want a multi-thread, you do need to go over to C++, but that's probably going to be the same thing with Verse as well. And depending on just how hard they go with the parallelization movement towards Unreal 6, which as far as I understand is like one of the cornerstones between 5 and 6, what they're like working on. Blueprint in Unreal 6 might also just like be able to more easily run on different threads. That's pure speculation on my part, obviously, but if they like go super hard in on like parallelizing as much as possible, that would make sense to like enable, I think. I predict AI Unreal Engine integration. Unity is already doing it. 100%. Like Unreal Editor for Fortnite already has that like code assistant website. There's gonna 100% be a like Blueprint version of that at some point, and a C++ version of that at some point, and it's gonna be integrated into the engine. Like there's gonna be a like ChatGPT style AI assistant that can generate blueprints for you. The same way that when I go into here, I have Copilot in my IDE generating parts of like C++. Like that's gonna be in Unreal 6 probably. I don't doubt that for a second. Which, yes, it's going to make it easier to make AI slop. But it's also going to make it easier to make things that aren't AI slop if you actually like put in the work and the effort for it. That's one of those things where AI is a tool, and a tool that's getting like super abused by so many people. And I don't know if you guys have heard the news about YouTube, but YouTube is actually like kind of cracking down on AI generated content because they're going to stop allowing monetization on like heavily AI generated content on the platform, which is fantastic. Because I think AI is a nice tool to have when it's a tool in your tool set and not your entire like production suite. So like I don't necessarily mind the fact that they would integrate that. It's gonna result in a whole bunch of like more shitty Unreal slop. Which is going to definitely perpetuate the idea that Unreal is like a bad engine that performs badly because a lot of like bad people use it. The same way that Unity for the longest time had this like idea behind it that Unity games are always bad games. Because when you see a Unity like logo at the front of your game, that means that people are using a personal license and not a business license, which means that they're not like a proper studio, which means that there's like 1 or 2 people working on it, which means that the chances that that game was kind of like slapped together are proportionally so much higher. So Unity kind of became like synonymous with low effort bad games. Doesn't mean that Unity as an engine is a bad engine and that it only produces bad games. Kind of same thing goes for Unreal Engine, right? Lots of Unreal games run fine. There's also lots of Unreal games that don't run fine. That's... And there is some engine level issues. Don't get me wrong. But the major issues that most gamers will experience with it is definitely like developer related issues. I mean, if you're using a real voice and not an AI voice, like a huge percentage of the like auto generation like workflow of generating content without even like almost having to look at it kind of falls apart. So at that point, like just the fact that it has a human voiceover immediately almost means that it has to have a semi-substantial human involvement. At which point, I kind of think that's fine. Again, if it's difficult to put a line somewhere to say this is okay and this is not okay, and that's going to be different for everybody, like based on personal opinion. But I don't think that any project that it gets even like touched by AI is like instantly like evil and like shouldn't be like monetizable. But something that is like 100% AI generated, obviously, is just like a waste of like planetary and human resources. As in, like, it uses power to generate that stuff. And all that it then does is waste people's time. So there's no like net positive for that to the world. And somewhere in between fully human made and fully AI made is a point where it like becomes okay or not okay to like use AI. And where that point is, like that's the point of discussion, I would argue. Anybody on like either the 0 or 100% side of that discussion is living in an unrealistic world. Surprised that BP generator doesn't exist yet already. That's actually a good point. I guess large language models really don't know yet how to like interpret the gobbled mess of like plain text that blueprint graphs get turned into. I guess that's mostly the issue. And training that might be quite difficult. I mean, having a like thick accent is probably not that big a deal. Honestly, like the amount of attention that, again, programming tutorials are a really good example. I oftentimes joke that my job is to take a video of an Indian guy that has poor sound quality and turn it into an understandable, good quality video. Obviously, the videos that I make take a little bit more effort than just stealing somebody else's tutorial and like restating everything with a different accent. But like a lot of tutorials out there are like of people with pretty heavy accents. Like I've watched tutorials with so many accents. The accent itself isn't the big deal. It's mostly the audio quality that oftentimes goes with it. But that's not necessarily because they're like from a certain part of the world. It's mostly because most people making tutorials about programming are programmers and not media producers, which means that they have pretty shit standards and pretty like not great equipment because they're programmers just trying to like share their knowledge, right? Which is super appreciated, by the way. No shade toward those people at all. But that does make them hard to understand, mostly because their audio quality is shit, not necessarily because they have thick accents. Of course, if your accent is super thick, you get to a point where it becomes difficult to understand because of the accent. But like 9 times out of 10, I find that bad audio quality is much more of an issue to make yourself understandable than an actual accent is. I use AI for finding documentation. I don't expect me to memorize all of these APIs. So that's kind of like a good example. I sometimes, especially if I have like a question that requires like a bit more context than a Google query could do, instead of Googling, I do ask ChatGPT and I explicitly tell it to like look online on the internet for information and then give me those resources. But you can explain so much more context to a LLM than you could to a search engine. And like the back and forth you can have with an LLM, like, but that's not quite what I meant. Maybe like this is more what we're looking for. Is really quite nice. Nothing is worse than tutorials without narration. That's also true. that's hell, because at that point you're just like looking at, oftentimes also those have like either subtitles or like titles animated onto the video that obscure the actual stuff that you're trying to look at, or their DPI of their monitor is so insane that you can't see what's actually happening on screen, which, to be fair, sometimes I do make tutorials where I forget to scale up my monitor scaling. I try to be better about that. Sometimes I forget. DuckDuckGo now has an AI assistant. Oh, that's actually kind of good. Good to know. I have ChatGPT Plus just because at this point, it's nice to have like pre-primed certain assistants for specific tasks. So I'm probably going to stay with OpenAI. But having an AI assistant option that is not owned by like a massive tech corporation is probably like a nice thing. Made a tutorial just with captions because my mic hasn't arrived yet, but I'm going to add voiceover when it does arrive in the mail. Yeah, so the hierarchy definitely goes like no sound at all is worse than bad sound. Bad sound is with bad accent is worse than good sound with bad accent, which is still kind of worse, but not actually that much as good sound with like an understandable accent. I mean, I also have one. It's just like not super like thick Indian accent. But again, it's mostly the fact that the audio quality is so bad and that the audio is so compressed to hell and back in those types of videos that make them difficult to understand for most people. I just need a tutorial editing AI. I suck at editing. I mean, it's tedious. I'll give you that. What helps for me is I use DaVinci Resolve, and I think this is a feature for the Pro version or the Studio version only. But DaVinci Resolve has just like a built-in like transcription tool, which also highlights like silences and can automatically then remove those silences. So I like record for like 30 minutes. Then I auto-transcribe it, which takes like 2 minutes. Take out the silences, and I'm left with like a 20-minute video where I only need to like cut out retakes and mistakes that I made, and like just trim some of the silences that didn't get properly deleted right away. But that really helps with like editing the tutorials for me. Or a short video about 6 parts and you can only find 1 part. That's also, yeah, that's also great. That's why I put my stuff into playlists, unless I forget. And sometimes the playlists are the wrong way around and they start at the last video. I tend to do that one quite a lot. But then somebody complains about it and I fix it, so it's fine, right? Anyway, I think I'm going to actually head out here now because we haven't done anything for an hour. I just sat here and like chatted, which is again fun, but I also am hungry now. So I'm gonna have a late night snack, and then I'm. Why? Okay, hold on. 13 concurrent viewers. Why do I get more viewers when I do nothing? 12. Okay, sorry, I called you out. You left. Understandable. Why do I get more viewers when I'm doing nothing and just rambling than when I'm doing actual work? I guess when I'm doing work, I'm just kind of like mumbling to myself a little bit more. This might be more entertaining. But I'm just looking over like, okay, I'm going to end the stream. Peak viewership at the end here. It might also just be a time zone related thing, to be fair. But the tutorial's average view duration is 115. Everybody must hate no narration. There's also just a part that tutorial viewership is bad. My average tutorial retention is also like pretty shit. If I just like take a random tutorial from my channel, and you managed to distract me again from ending the stream, congratulations. Just one that I recently got a comment on, right? Let's go to the analytics for this one. Oh, this one was actually not that bad. But if I like go here, you can see that the immediate drop-off within the first like 30 seconds down to only 50% people still watching. It then goes up a little bit after like the introduction bit that I do. And this video actually kind of stays above my average. You can see this gray area is the average retention curve for my channel, which for like YouTuber-y channels, like MrBeast type channels, that curve generally like exists in this area around the like 70 to 80%, which is insane. For me, that curve is like very quickly in the bottom third. So that's just what tutorials also seem to kind of do, because people click on it and then figure out that, I don't know. I don't know what you figure out in the first like 20 seconds that makes you click off a tutorial, to be honest with you. But that kind of seems to just be a fact of life of tutorials, that people click on them and then very quickly click away. I don't know why. Maybe my voice is just annoying to them, and it's a me issue. It could be. For tutorials, they just want to see the part where they get stuck. That's also part of the issue. People like skip ahead through the tutorial a lot. But even then, like that video that you just saw, the graph for, that is a very clear like explanation of the like peaks and valleys that you see here. But if I take another one over here for the analytics, and well, this one also kind of does that. Okay, I'm trying to find a video that supports my argument. Trying to find data to support my argument instead of building my argument around data. Let's do one that's got more views. This one's actually also pretty good. Fuck. Which makes sense because it's a well-performing video. Those tend to do better. And this is like a 3-hour-long video, so that's also a bad example. Okay, so maybe my argument doesn't... This is a good one. There we go. This is the gameplay camera one. This is not people like skipping ahead. This is just people leaving. And most of them have left around the 2-minute mark, which is just when we... I guess that's just when we made the first like camera rig, at which point they're like, okay, I know how the asset works. That's all I need to know. Surprise, that's not all you need to know to work with gameplay cameras, but sure. So that kind of makes sense. But yeah. %70 click rate, what the fuck? That's insane. Yeah, maybe they saw it's 20 minutes. That's a good point, actually. I mean, you can see that before you click on the video, but I think most people don't look at the like super small numbers, but when they actually like see the player pop up, it's more evident how long the video is. That's actually a pretty good point, yeah. That's probably something to do with it. Some of my videos do tend to run on a little long. But yeah, 70% is insane. If I could get that kind of stuff, like on all my videos, there would be more than 11 people watching right now. Let me just say that. But yeah. Gorka should retire. Should he? I don't know, I don't really like watch Gorka tutorials that much. What did he do now? Oh yeah, my video thing is actually fucked. Huh, well you know. Twitch is dumb. Who could have known? Let me just like look at like Gorka games. 40,000 traces every frame. What the fuck even is that? Oh, but how to make moving obstacles in Unreal 5? I mean, that's a pretty good like topic. With your character's mouth using mic in Unreal 5, that's like new Unreal 5 4 features. You suck at football. Gameplay trailer. Oh, that's just his game, I guess. Metahuman stuff. Like, aside from the fact that he apparently promotes some like bad coding habits sometimes, but we all like do that sometimes. Like, The turn-based RPG project that I am uploading right now, almost finished, I think. I made an array of names, and somebody on like the first video was like, "Hey, couldn't you just make that a map?" And I was like, "Fuck, that's a good point. That probably would work better as a map." Yeah, that's a good point. So like everybody like does some stupid shit every now and then. Luca's pretty small for the amount of videos he makes. I mean, he makes like about the same amount of videos that I make, right? Like 3 a week-ish? Yeah, about 3 a week. And he's got 150,000 subs. And if I go to look at his social blade page, let's see how many monthly views he gets. Well, that's like several times the size of my channel. Depending on how many views he gets, that is. But I would assume that his monthly views... yeah, his monthly views are about like 570,000, which is about equally as much like larger compared to like subscribers as he is to me. Because I get about like 180,000 with shorts included per month. And he gets about 600. So that's about like 3-ish times more. And he's got about, what is it, 6 times. Well, actually, my ratio is probably better, but that is because I upload shorts. I don't think he uploads shorts. Right, let me go back to his channel. Does he have shorts? He does have shorts. Well, in that case, my ratio is actually a fair bit better than his. Which is kind of sad, because my ratio already is pretty shit. According to one of my fellow C++ programmers, a C++ widget is cursed. Yeah, I need to get into Slate at some point, because I do want to, like, fuck around with it, but it... That's one of those things where, like, yeah, Blueprint makes sense there, because it is a very, like, visual thing to work with. He made a loading screen that has a widget blueprint that had a delay and removes widget after a few seconds. Yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. Then again, it also probably works in most cases, right? It's bad to do that as a tutorial, because then you're like spreading that as a habit for other people. Like, obviously, that's not great to do, but just as a solution, a super simple, not over-engineered solution that works well enough, like, it will work well enough. Is it ideal? Probably not. But on the other hand, I actually have my loading screens like based on the actual level streaming times, and I then add in a artificial delay on top of that. Because when it's done loading, I add in like, I think 0.4 seconds or something like that. Because otherwise, my loading screens are like 2 frames long. Because the levels load so fucking quickly. At this point anyway. They might load a little slower as more assets get added. But so like in effect, that like second delay that you put in there is probably like all that you need to do. Because the actual level streaming itself is likely to go super quickly unless they're massive levels, at which point you might be better off using world partition anyway. Gorka just takes other people's tutorials and turns it around. I mean, sometimes my tutorials are also inspired by other people's tutorials. I definitely like have a rule for myself that if I do that, like my quest series, for instance, is taken from another series on YouTube. I've added a shit ton to it. I've like followed that tutorial. I tried to change some things, saw the reason that he did it the way that he did it, and was like, fuck, that's actually a good reason. But that added a bunch of stuff because he didn't finish his own series. So I added like a bunch of other like extra like sub-objectives. I did different tree view widgets. I added like saving progress for quests, all that kind of stuff. But like the basic fundamental building blocks of that initial quest series that I did, like the object-based one, not the state tree-based one, was taken from somebody else, but then built upon, right? So that's also just kind of how programming works to a certain extent. Your idea of also doing devlogs is awesome. I mean, that's what I initially like started doing, and then I was like, hey, let's make tutorials, and that worked a lot better for viewership, I'll tell you. Funnily enough, now my devlogs actually outperform most of my tutorials, which is good because that means that people like care about what I have to say in like a broader sense than just technical stuff, which makes me feel nice. I think modern games don't even need loading screens anymore. For the most part, they don't. I added them because I'm going for like a PlayStation 2 style like feeling. Like the visual and like vibes that I'm aiming for is kind of like how we, and when I say we, I don't know how old you are all at, but people that are about my age, which is like in the 25 to like 32 range or something like that, how we envisioned PlayStation 2 games to look back in the day, but like actually make them kind of look that way. So that means that there's still going to be like a lot of like pretty simplistic art direction, but it also means that the levels are of a certain fairly small size. It means that I have the loading screens in between, but that's a stylistic choice for me at this point. It's not a technical like requirement like it was back in the day. For the most part, making games without loading screens is entirely possible, and most like big games do that at this point. The fact that I have loading screens to begin with is very much a stylistic choice and not a technical one. Difference is you actually understand what you're doing. That is true. Like, I do make a point out of wanting to understand what I'm doing before I start like pushing it onto other people. Devlogs are basically a very long tutorial. For me, the devlogs are more like the tutorials are more like technical stuff. Like, this is technically how to do X, Y, or Z, and the devlogs are more like the more abstract stuff of game development. Like the last one that I made about you should steal your game mechanics. That's not. It's a tutorial for your mindset. It's not a tutorial for a like specific technical thing, but you could see that as a tutorial for your mindset. I think unless something else comes in between this plan, I think the next devlog that I'm going to make is going to be something like you will fail, which I'm also getting pretty good at, like clickbaiting those titles, but still delivering on like the promise I make in those thumbnails. Because the idea is that you will fail. Whatever you do, whenever you get started, you will fail. And that's good. Because failure is how you learn. And you shouldn't go into a development journey. And when I say development, I don't mean game development. I just mean like developing your own skill set. You shouldn't go into like a development or learning journey trying to avoid failure. You should try to fail in the most efficient ways possible. And I kind of want to make a video about that. And that's like a super abstract like topic to talk about, right? But in a certain way, it is like a tutorial for your mindset. I think I should make my channel like Pirate Software because people are hating on him, so his views have somewhere else to go. I'm gonna be real with you. That is a thing that came to my mind. Is like I should actually look at like Pirate Software streaming hours and start streaming during those hours, because I feel like there's kind of like a market of people that are leaving his like viewership and need that same time slot to be filled by someone else. that is certainly a thing that I've thought about over the past week. I'm probably not going to do it, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. Because he himself at some point said like one of the reasons that he grew so much is that he took a time slot where he hadn't like gotten a lot of competition. So if that time slot is now freeing up a little bit, you should probably jump onto that. I wonder how you did the VFX. Also, the snake should have a VFX trail too, right? I haven't really thought about that, but probably, maybe. Infamous Blizzard employee that uses integers instead of booleans. I don't know. It is what language does he work in for his game that's been in development for 8 years? What language does he work in? Because he works in GameMaker, right? Like, what language is that even? Is it still like surely there's got to be like a C# kind of thing these days. When I used GameMaker when I was like 12 years old, which back in my day, it was mostly visual, and the actual like scripting language was some kind of like weird ass like halfway like broken down version of Lua, I believe. If it's still that, there probably is some like implicit like type conversion built into the language, so it's probably fine. But I've seen quite a lot of people like breaking down his coding habits over the last couple of days, which is very like bandwagoning onto the hate as well. So like take those with a little grain of salt, I would imagine. But yeah, kind of seems like maybe not the best habits. Which I mean, don't look at my project for good habits, because this project is built up over the last like 3 years. Without much like pre-planning, so it's a mess that happens. The problem with a lot of people streaming game dev with loads of people is progress. What do you mean? Me not doing anything for the last hour and a half? Yeah, GML, but I think GML is just like a language built upon another language. At least that's what it used to be. Again, it might be like more custom built now. I don't know. GameMaker, which is like Python-ish. So yeah, that would have like implicit type conversion most likely, right? I would imagine. Like personally, I actually like kind of get icky from that. I want an integer to be a number and not a boolean. Like I don't want to be able to put an integer on its own into an if statement. That feels wrong to me, but that's also just kind of what you're used to, I suppose. Rename the title of the stream Fireside Chat with the... At this point I should be. I've been trying to end the stream for the last hour, but you people won't fuck off. It's gonna be an interesting long vault, which, hey, hopefully you guys have YouTube Premium, so that's good for me. The outlines on this are thicker than they are in game. Like when I press the play button, like this is the actual like size of the outlines. It's just the post-processing material kind of freaks out when it doesn't have the actual gameplay camera for some reason. Still trying to figure out why that happens. But like this is what it actually looks like. This is not the actual, like this would be like terrible if this was the way the game looked. Yeah, that's like not a good thing. But this is the way the game actually looks, which is like a lot thinner. I think it's something to do with the Z buffer, because the post-processing scales based on the Z buffer. Like the thin lines way at the back are only like 1 pixel in width. The lines really close to the camera are about 5 pixel in width. And it scales that based on like a lerp that gets the Z buffer given into it. And I think that just doesn't work in like this editor view for some reason. Going for hate views, you're going to get haters. I mean, that kind of, yeah. I guess. GameMaker language is primarily based on C languages, like including elements similar to JavaScript and C++. It's designed to be both user-friendly. I mean, C++ and user-friendly in the same sentence is wild. For both beginners and experienced programmers. So that's, yeah. Did you find that on Google? Is that an AI summary? Or did you write that yourself? Because that kind of reads like an AI summary, because I don't know, that doesn't like make super sense to me. I understand that it's like based on a C like language. Like fucking what is it? That's an AI summary, of course. Yeah, that makes sense then. Because it's kind of a gobbled just mess of words. That doesn't, like, it's a lot of words to say like actually nothing. But I didn't want to be a dick if you wrote that yourself. GameMaker. I should like maybe take a look at it sometime again. It's been a while. Then again, I tried to take a look at Godot like last year, and that didn't end up going very well either. So maybe I should just stick with Unreal. Because holy hell, Godot. I love the idea behind Godot, like an open source game engine. Fantastic, but I ran into so many issues. Like the most major one was that I couldn't like expose my own made structs as like published values to add it in like the details panel in editor, which is like, what? What the what? Seriously? You can't do that? That means that you're not a functional game engine, I'm sorry. I think Godot has C++. So release a video with a Minecraft add-on mod devlog, but then my viewers will Minecraft children. That's a very marketable group, though. Technically, like, not legally marketable, but it's very marketable nonetheless. Godot's not designed for 3D games. I mean, it can do them, but it's very much like a 2D game engine. Yeah, but I tried to make a 2D game in Godot. That was the idea. Like, I want to try Godot, so I'll make like a 2D game. And even there, I like came up against like issues again with the struct exposing and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. That feels like a pretty basic, rudimentary thing as a requirement, and to not have that means that I'm probably not going to enjoy working in it. It's basically C, but with garbage collection and specific types. GML, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with me and Godot as well, partly, is that I wanted to use C# in it, which number one, the C#, like the .NET version of Godot, compared to like the core version of Godot, is kind of a piece of shit sometimes. But I don't want to learn a scripting language that's proprietary to like one thing that I'm then likely never going to use again. I just want to, like, I want to just use C# and use your fucking like scripting API for it, so that I actually can like use a language that I somewhat know. And it's not going to be that difficult to learn, but I don't really feel like putting in time to like learn all your like wacky weird ass syntax without fucking semicolons. I fucking hate languages without semicolons. Have I talked about this before? I hate them. Yes, that means I hate Python. I don't know. I just don't think that indentation is a good like replacement for semicolons. It's just not. The only reason to use Godot is it's open source. Yeah, and that's kind of why I wanted to try it out. Not to like switch away from Unreal Engine, because they would need to be like a Unity level like clusterfuck like implosion of shit. Like Unity has been doing over the past couple of years consistently. For me to even consider moving away from Unreal, because Unreal is just nice. I like it. But I wanted to just like explore Godot, but it's just, I don't know, maybe give it a couple more years and at some point it'll be there for me, but it's not there. And again, it's partly indeed because it relies on its own scripting language, which makes sense because you can like make it easy and accessible, but I didn't like the scripting language because again, it's a little too oversimplified for my liking. And I don't want to spend too much time learning something that proprietary. Like I've learned C++ due to Unreal, and that's not to say that I can like be a C++ developer in and of myself from this, but I now know C++ at least like syntax. Do I know like super like deep software engineering like design habits to have in raw C++? No. I would need to spend some time to like brush up and actually like improve my capabilities in like raw C++. But the skills that I've learned learning C++ for Unreal are largely transferable. When I worked a bit with Unity, the C# that I picked up there, I already knew Java. So that's effectively just like Java but made by Microsoft, right? But that's transferable skills. What the fuck am I going to do with a skill set of GD scripts? Same with GML. What the fuck am I going to do with that? Nothing. I would say that Linux is doing a little bit better than Godot, personally, but yeah. Linux has really come along. Like, I'm actually using Linux as my daily driver. I'm on Windows right now because this project exists in a Windows environment, but like on my daily, like all my tutorials are recorded in Linux, like and have been for a couple of months. I edit my videos in Linux. I play my games aside from Cyberpunk because that one is installed on Windows, because I didn't have like an HDR desktop environment when I started it. But all my games, I played them in Linux. And for the most part, they work fine. Like, Linux has come a long way, man. Still, I wouldn't recommend it for, like, your grandma or whatever, but... because it is a bit finicky to, like, set things up compared to Windows. But the same way that Windows can sometimes be a bit finicky compared to macOS. Like, if I... Like, frankly, if I wanted to, like, give your grandma... or my grandma, I should say, like, a computer, I probably would give them, like, an Apple PC, and I don't like Apple. I don't like macOS. You wouldn't find me dead using a macOS PC, but it's definitely the most plug and play and easy to like just give and have it work, right? And the distance between Windows and Linux is, even with like Ubuntu or Mint or whatever, is bigger than the distance between Windows and Mac in like complexity, obviously. But less than most people seem to think. I hate languages where you need to use indents and certain stuff on lines. I don't know. Me too. I fucking hate it. Let me fucking style my code the way I want to style it, and I'll put a semicolon to let you know that it's the end of a statement. Aside from that, you can go fuck off. I will use indents and white space as I please. Thank you. You're going to be a GML dev, that's what. Yeah, and I don't want to be that, so. I mean, like, line replacement, not semicolon. I tried Arch. Don't try Arch. I'm on Ubuntu, right? Like, I figured let's do something simple. And Ubuntu works really well, actually. Like, I changed to the non-LTS version of Ubuntu a couple of weeks ago, and now I even have HDR support, which I didn't before. I have like individual monitor scaling as well, which the previous version didn't have. Like, there definitely were shortcomings with the LTS support version, but like I'm actually quite liking Ubuntu. But yeah, Windows has more software support. Wine can do quite a lot on that, but not everything works through Wine, and some things require extra setup through Wine, and it can be a headache, right? Like, it's everybody, like all the Linux bros saying Linux is just as easy as Windows. It's not. It's just not. But it's also not the like command line hacker man OS that people still think that it is oftentimes. What IDE do I use? I use Rider for Unreal. For anything else that I do, which lately isn't that much, but for anything else I use VS Code. But for like Rider, specifically, game development, I use Unreal. No, all the way around. For Unreal, I use Rider. It's 11:30 or 10:30 p.m. Okay, give me a break. I tried one of the hardest ones of Linux. Yeah, Arch is like a terrible thing to try. But it's kind of funny. One can't do Adobe. Yeah, that's one of those things where like Adobe is just like, if you use Adobe, you're fucked with Linux. That said, I have Substance Painter through Steam now, and Steam actually with like the program compatibility powers through enough to the point where I can actually use Substance Painter, Adobe software, on Linux. But yeah, no, other Adobe software, Linux is not a thing. But I also, like, before even switching to Linux this year, like very earlier this year, like in March or something like that, I decided to like just jump ship away from Adobe. I've been using DaVinci Resolve full time for like half a year now, and I'm not going back. There's some things that I miss about After Effects compared to Fusion, but I'm not going back to Adobe. That's a fucking evil company, man. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Linux's future is always 5 to 10 years away. It's been for like 20 years. Use Adobe. Adobe has a free license for students? I thought it was just like remarkably cheap. When I was a student, it was like $15 a year or something. Didn't Windows become the standard by paying companies to have it installed by default on devices? Linux doesn't have the budget to do it. Something like that? I don't know. That seems... yeah. One-time payment for Adobe? For Adobe, not for years. For DaVinci Resolve, if we're talking about that, yeah, that's a one-time payment. Which, actually, DaVinci Resolve one-time payment, less than a year of Adobe. It also doesn't include a bunch of the software that you get with Adobe CC, like Illustrator and that kind of stuff, but I don't use that, so I don't care. Yeah, DaVinci is mostly free. It has a studio version. That's like $300, I believe. Which comes with a whole bunch of extra like nice features, like the AI transcription feature that I mentioned earlier today. That's, I think, part of the Plus package. It has like auto reframing now as well. So if you have like 16:9 video and you want to make like shorts out of it, it can pretty intelligently like auto reframe. It has automatic like multicam editing built in now. All those features are like the studio version. But if you're just like trying to basic edit videos on like a timeline, do a little bit of basic animation and compositing in like Fusion, it's entirely free to use. And it runs on Linux natively, which is insane that Adobe doesn't. So I can highly recommend Resolve. If you're going to actually buy the license for Resolve though, I want to give you a quick hack. Any hardware product you buy from Blackmagic comes with a DaVinci Resolve license. And there's hardware that you can buy, like super like small editing keyboards that are about the price of a license to begin with. So you might as well buy that because you get the license with it for free, and then you have like the editing keyboard with it as well. Which has some things like some extra knobs and things for like audio adjusting and that kind of stuff. So if you're like ever thinking like, oh, I've been trying like Resolve for like months and I like it, I want to like actually get the studio version, get some of their hardware. $300 for a lifetime. If you need to edit a lot, then it's all right. Yeah, no, definitely. Like if it's just if you throw some like clips together every now and then for like your parents' like vacation videos or whatever, you definitely don't like buy that. But you don't need to buy that. You don't need those features for that. But like video editing is my job, right? So like for me, I spend like dozens of hours a week in that editing environment. So from the lifetime of like 300, 350, I don't remember what it is exactly, is like such a good deal. Why is Community Edition right or free and normal is not? I believe Community Edition is just if you're not making money. And the normal one allows you to use it for commercial purposes, I think. So, like, if you're not making money, you can just use the community version. Anyway, it's a good idea. I'm going to head out as well. It's been a good talk for the last 2 hours where I didn't do anything and just had this. This is just so good for my bitrate, just having this up without any changes. Like it's YouTube loves me for this. No changes to the screen at all. It's just like one image that I just can compress to hell. Did you finish the guy yet? Yeah, more or less. I mean, the past 2 hours I could have been animating. To be fair, instead of just like clicking back and forth between this screen and this screen. But like the behavior for him more or less is in place. There's definitely like a lot of cleanup and like improvement to do, but that's being 100% honest with you. That's the case for actually every enemy still in the game. But like for the most part, like they work, right? They go around me, they attack, and then they go back to going around me. Well, some of them do anyway. I also like that Apex takes no money if your games make less than $1 million a year. Yeah, that's a fantastic like business model in my opinion, because the amount of money that they would get off of $1 million is a high bar, but the amount of money that they would get off of like studios that really need that money themselves would be negligible anyway compared to like the multi hundreds of millions to billions of dollars that the like super big boys that use the engine get. And that way you like lock people into an engine, and that way the engine becomes more industry standard and more like huge companies use it anyway. It's there's a reason a lot of like software companies don't actually like seem to mind that you pirate their stuff if you're learning. So when you start using it commercially, of course, you should get a license, but making it as available as possible to as many people as possible is just a good strategy to like force yourself into an industry standard position. It's literally what Blender with less commercial like reasoning also doing, because Blender is free and a really powerful tool. It is actually like taking a ridiculous amount of market share away from things like Maya. And especially if it's open source, yeah, that's even better. Like the more open source you can use, the better it is for like. Not always, not always, but in general, I like open source stuff, because sooner or later, when something is not open source, the developer behind it are gonna fuck you.